making envelopes. That seems to be like an exciting way to start. It has been a decent while since I last streamed anything at all. Craft streaming is a good place to start. So I've got this idea to improve a feat that I like using in my games, but which I wish that my players used more. And so I want to kind of dress it up with a handout or a prop, you could call it whatever, but it's going to be, you know, simple paper in an envelope. The gamble being, I don't think people can resist a sealed envelope for that long, which will make more sense as I explain it. But as a result, what I want to do is make some class-themed little manila envelopes, and yeah, I want to use them for a video as I explain this idea, but it'll also be fun to have around, and it'll be a fun little craft to get going on stream with. I've got a bunch of just different like paper samples and things here. I don't really know what I'm gonna entirely do. But I'm gonna give it a shot and we'll see. Okay, so lots of different paper, lots of different things. I only need a handful of these envelopes. They come in these huge packages, but I'm only planning, let's see, what's my ambition tonight? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, 10. So we'll do 10 of these guys. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. At least I know I've got backup, so if I ever have another idea like this, I can do it again. Alright, so the big idea that I'll explain more in my video after these are made and I can shoot the video. The big idea is that there's this feat that I like to use. I didn't come up with it or anything like that, but there's a popular house rule called I Know a Guy. And I really like I Know a Guy. I put it in all of my games now. And basically it allows players to get the group out of a jam by saying, I know a guy, and effectively creating an NPC on the fly. Now, obviously, as the DM, you know, we control how that NPC is going to feel about the party, right? It's not a total free-for-all, but it does allow for the players to get creative in a unique way. I forget the DM who came up with it and like popularized it online, but I know I'm not the only one to use it. I know a lot of people like it and use it. But my players don't always necessarily remember or use it as often as I think they should. Technically every player can use it once during the campaign, which in a 4 or 5 person group gives you actually quite a few. But it just doesn't actually come up that often, and maybe I forget to remind them about it. Players just forget it, I'm not sure. So what I thought would be neat is to give them these I Know a Guy envelopes. And so we're going to write I Know a Guy on it, and we're gonna style them for each player because that seems fun, at least for each character class. And inside, if they use I Know a Guy, they can basically tear it open, and there'll be sort of an extra little boost for that NPC, whether it's a magic item or something extra. I've got some written down that we'll put into here, but these will feel like a lot more than just envelopes if we dress them up a little bit. So let's see, I have a handful that I know I want to make. Let's see, what would be the nicest order? So I know I got these out already, these micro leaves, which really are super micro leaves. I wonder if I may or may not have some slightly larger ones, but that's okay. I figured those would be useful for dressing up a Druid envelope. So that's the plan there. Not sure exactly entirely how on all counts, but I thought that would be neat. for a Paladin, so I've got all this like really kind of cheap, crazy material paper. Feels like a good opportunity to use some of it. Just like lots of different kind of vibes, kind of glittery stuff, which is terrible and awesome. I mean, see, that's like very earthy, which could be a cool, that might be an idea for the Druid envelope. I'm not really sure if it'll be nice having these things attached or annoying. Oh, that's kind of cool, kind of a fleck. This definitely feels maybe not the Paladin or maybe a Cleric, maybe. Definitely feels like something I can dress that up with. Some silver. Maybe this is more. So maybe I could do, because I always feel like they're somewhat related. Maybe I could do like a gold for the Cleric and then a silver and gold, with the gold being just like a small amount. Yeah, so this may be guidance for 2 of those. Just trying to see how many ideas I can mine out of this set. Actually, purple and gold would probably make sense. And then I have, what else do I have? I have a rogue that actually, I don't know if the camera can pick up that kind of glint to the paper. That definitely lining that. Maybe put some thieves' cant on the envelope. That'd be fun. Let's see, what else do we have here? Now this, I have, this might sell as, let me see, there might be other paper that does a better job. Maybe this would. One of these two, I think, one of the envelopes I want to do a for a monk, so kind of like a wrap, like kind of wrap on maybe one or both ends, like the way that a monk would like wrap their fists for, like, you know, open hand boxing or what have you. So let's throw that down too. Quickly gonna run out of space. What else do we got? Rogue, I've got Warlock. Ranger, I have an idea for. Wizard, yeah. So I bet I could using a couple, like maybe I don't want to overuse the gold, even though that's a really cool one. I don't think I have a purpose for the reflective piece, but I thought it'd be neat to try to maybe where the underneath where it seals, maybe down the center or somewhere, almost like for the wizard's one, like a sash or like a bookmark almost. That could be kind of cool, but that feels like it should be draped over, so maybe I'll drape it over. But that kind of red gives the right vibe for that, so probably do that. If I could find another color to mix with that, I will. Maybe like it's kind of a weird, that could work. Okay, let's do those. Wizard and monk, a bard. What would a bard envelope look like? There's definitely plenty in here. What is this? It's like a, well, that definitely speaks to a druid, I think. Let's stick that over here too. What else do I have? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I've got 4 left, I think. The Warlock specifically is 1. The Ranger, the Bard, missing 1. But this may be a good way to get started, because I like some of these ideas and kind of want to start cranking something out here. So let's set those aside for now. Let's do maybe one of the easier. I want to keep all these together. I remember what my ideas are. Put those over there. Okay, so if I wanted to make, one for the, let's say this is the rogue. Imagine almost lining the edges and maybe folding over the edges. Because there is this flap here for sealing it, but I actually don't think that, I imagine, like, I guess it could be, I don't know if I want to leave it so it can be neatly, it feels like at the table, like as much as this is going to be like, this would be like crafted for people, I would almost want somebody to like actually just kind of viciously like tear through it. That would be fun. It's not like you're going to save this, it's just paper. So I think maybe I have to put the things inside first, because then I'm going to be basically like really sealing it up with the paper, because then I can fold it over the edges and not worry that that I'm going to get in the way of this flap. I can see this flap getting really annoying. I mean, I guess I could, if I cut it, I guess I could leave the strap separate, I bet, or leave the flap. I bet I could work around that. That way I don't have to like sit here and write out all of these things right now. I can come up with them separately. All right, so if I fold it over, we just want some strips. Say like that much maybe. So then double that. Just sort of, where's my, actually I don't have to if I have a thing, 'cause this is not very long. Perfect. Just trying to gauge how much I want it to overhang and then cut it in strips about twice that. Doesn't have to be super exact. And once I have one, I can use that as a reference. Do a quick test, make sure that that will work. Yeah, I think so. That should be about right. Just have those overlapping around, do that one. Might do it like that, but let's get some strips. And so, of course, I'm doing this for, actually, let me just keep doing it the way that I was. And this is for a D&D tabletop role-playing game, but really could be used for just about anything. I'm actually primarily probably using this as like examples in a video on my channels primarily, because even though this is an idea that I have that I want to try out, I'm not going to really get the chance to until the next time I start a campaign. So It's really more about, kind of showing what somebody could do, and hopefully showing how to get a little bit creative with not necessarily a ton to work with, right? How do you, go all out with what's effectively just a envelope, handout. But this is one way. But all that to say that if anybody is hanging out in the stream and has any D&D topics they'd like to talk about, all ears, because that's what this is for anyway, is for D&D. I've actually been wanting to get my stream going back up again for a while. I'm excited to finally be able to do that, hopefully on a decent schedule. And with some other plans too. I actually want to do some session planning on stream. That's one of those things that I've been experimenting with in the past. I'm just gonna make it so. Alright, so the way that I think I want to do this. I think I can get away with just like glue sticking these things. That's what I think. It's just paper. Should be pretty straightforward. Go. Now fold it over, which I did so elegantly on my test fitting. Guess I could pre-fold it. Maybe that would be smart. Maybe that's what I'll do on the next one. Folding over paper that's sort of wet with glue is kind of annoying. And one tip for any sort of crafting that you do, whether with paper or something more complicated, even though paper can be really complicated depending on how you use it. If ever in doubt, just keep adding detail layers. Eventually it will hit a point where it feels good, even if it's really, really basic and maybe doesn't. To you, it probably will to other people. Cut from the side. All right. That there. Definitely going to be pre-folding these next ones. I think that'll make it a lot easier. And again, this one's for the rogue, so should be a nice, now that I have that kind of width on this side, I know what to sort of try to accomplish on this other. Let's see if I do it like, sort of get a crease started. Pre-folding is definitely the way to do it. Now I just can smear some glue in there. Come on. Get so gummy with the glue on. Great. That'll do. Yeah, that went a lot easier. This one. Yeah, it's not bad, but it's probably going to be just not long enough to do what I want there. Well, I don't know. No, I don't. Yeah, I think I'll do it. It's just too perfect a size to not use it. Plus, it's already folded. I mean, come on. That's the hardest part of this craft so far. Okay. So just kind of hopefully give it a look. I started out thinking that this was for the rogue, but I actually feel like this may be a better initial kind of envelope dressing for the warlock. If I add maybe one other element to it, that might be... Because I think for the rogue, I'm going to have to basically make it a black envelope. I don't see how I can do that any other way. I'm going to have to do black with like white lettering for the rogue, I think. But this is giving me Warlock vibes now that we get it together. So this will be folded, but it's not yet sealed with whatever secret message they're given. So I think I just need, let's see if this guy will do. Right over, and can I do it in such a way that it doesn't interrupt with that flap? Probably. I don't think it will have any contact there in a way that'll mess it up. So I think I can just get away with it. My crimes will be invisible. Okay. Put that on there. And then the question is, what is the extra adornment that I will add for the warlock? Because this sort of has that vibe, I think. I guess warlock, it's sort of a dark magic sort of thing, like eldritch maybe. I've got some eldritch characters I could throw on. That would be fun. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe it'll be like a maybe I could do a bunch of kind of eldritch characters where the only characters you can read are I know a guy, which is sort of, that's what these are going to be, is the I know a guy envelopes. So that would sort of make sense. some strips I didn't need, but maybe I can use them elsewhere, like on the rogues or something like that. Let me think. So I need a marker, a pen, I should say, of the right thickness. I'm going to find a better way to organize these. There we go. A 12 would probably be pretty good. 12 is pretty thick. Let's see, I think I have red also. Could probably intermix those somehow, even though that's not quite as thick. I've actually got a bunch of colors in here. Purple, I think, and I can sort of test out what I'm thinking before I do it. Can really do anything for like eldritch marks and stuff like that. Purple doesn't necessarily stand out a ton, but if I add some extra bits to it. Okay. And then how I write it out. Probably going to keep it uniform across the envelope because I'm going to fill in the rest with those characters, roughly speaking. So maybe I'll do like a, what do you call it? I'll do some of it up here and then some of it down there, almost like it's a translated part of it or something. All right, I think that's a good idea. Let's give it a shot. And then, do I like the idea of purple? Kind of offsetting the color a bit. I think so, but I also know this music's got to change. It's really annoying. Let's see. I'm certainly not, anything special at figuring out characters that feel sort of foreign or strange. Just sort of wing it, put whatever on the thing makes sense at the time. Try to vary it up a little bit. And hopefully have my pen not completely die on me, which would be a bummer. That's okay. Maybe it just doesn't like the paper. I think it's because I'm now drawing over the where the glue was, which is annoying when I'm using, which is fair. Hey, Lemon. Thanks for checking out the stream. So I am making a handout for my D&D group. The idea here is to kind of make a feat that they have a little bit more special by kind of including with it something extra in these kind of character class specific envelopes that once they use that ability, they get to open and actually kind of get something, gain something out of it. So the feat specifically that I'm talking about is I Know a Guy. I don't know if you're familiar with it or not, but it's a very very popular kind of homebrew rule, and using it just allows the players to kind of create an NPC to get out of a jam, to get out of a situation, kind of emulating that Han Solo takes the group to Lando type of thing from Star Wars, where it's like, oh, I know a guy. And so it's a pretty cool like gameplay element, but I notice in my games that people kind of either forget to or they don't use it because they want to save it maybe for something that really matters. And so as a result, it kind of just goes unused. And so I was thinking about ways to get players to want to use it. I said, well, what if they, when they used it, they got to open this envelope they've been carrying around for the whole campaign and find out what else is true about that character they just created. So the completely unnecessary but fun justification for these things, I've got a handful that I'm making. This one be for a Warlock, therefore all the crazy characters on it, is really just thinking, okay, how do you make the envelope experience not just be an envelope? What would it take to kind of feel more in some way? So kind of drawing these eldritch characters, or hopefully weird looking characters with sort of a partially translated label on it. And then for like the Druid, I'll put some sort of leaves and maybe some kind of earthy feelings on it, just so that every one of them feels kind of unique. That's the big idea. Hopefully that makes sense. That's the thought anyway. We'll see if it ends up feeling that way when it's all said and done. This is the first one I've made, so I'm just kind of winging it. But we'll see. Yeah, thanks, Lemon. It's actually it's also for my video that I plan on doing about the idea, because I actually don't have a D&D group starting a new campaign anytime soon, so I'm not even sure that I'll use this for a while, but I want to have these anyway so I can talk about it and give an example of kind of what I would do if I had a group right now. I have a few groups, but none of them that are new, so... I appreciate it. I mean, I've got a bunch of these kind of strange paper pieces, and this kind of have like a sparkly kind of warlocky vibe to it. Definitely going to be using paper and elements as much as I can to do a lot of my work for me here. I will be able to slip something in there and still close it up. Not bad. I think I probably could have improved on it with a couple of things, but that's okay. That's a good start. Let's think about something different for a bit. Nice part about making stuff that's class specific is just jump around a bunch. And I'm actually really curious about this Druid envelope because I've got so many neat things to play with. That I could make something pretty strange. I've got these leaves which I can use or I can not. Wonder if there's a way. Think for a second. You know what? I've somewhere in my everything that I have, I think yes, I do have, because I've done that before. I'd have to dig around though and look, but that would be a super cool way to pull it off. I agree, especially for the rogues, but actually probably all of them would feel cool. Let's see. I mean, that's definitely a neat texture. Wonder if I can just be sort of cheaping out to just do that, but it would be kind of probably pretty neat too. But yeah, thanks for the idea. Totally not a government spy. I think a wax seal would be awesome. Maybe end caps on this one. I don't like that this thing has a bunch of creases set into it from wherever I got it from or whatever it was doing, so I want to try to work around those. That looks kind of annoying. So I might just use it and then cover up anywhere that the creases are visible with the brown. Because that just kind of feels earthy some form or another. So yeah, I think that's what I will do. Or, ooh, what if, I know what I want to do. Maybe all that I really want to do is pull out some of it where it's got that design. I think that's what I want. Yeah. Let me play around with that idea for a second. Let's see. Rigor, I'll say Vigil. I think that's the last part of that. I feel more confident. It does look fiddly, and I'm not sure if I like the idea. But playing around with it to find out. Not crazy about it, but it was a pretty cheap experiment. Didn't take a lot of time. May just be easiest to try to get this backing on there. I could probably just live with the crease, honestly. Puzzle knot for your players, maybe. So this is for... The idea is to try to entice players to use a feature in the game that they forget about, or where did you get the envelopes from? The envelopes I found, I searched tiny envelopes or small envelopes on Amazon and found these. I got a pack of like 100 of them for $5, which is great. The idea with these is to try to entice players to use an ability called I Know a Guy that they may forget about or try to save until later on in the campaign. So I want to seal an envelope with something in it that when they use the ability during the game, they get to open and use. So it's all, and I don't have a campaign starting right now, but I want to do a video about this idea. So I'm like, well, here's how I would do it. And in the meantime, I'll create some kind of class-specific envelopes that I can do something with. If I ever want to, but it'll help explain the big idea. I think I want to just start gluing things to this because it's driving me nuts that I don't have more done on this one. Yeah, that's the idea. Okay, I got it now. Figured it out. I know what I'm doing. Has anybody in chat used the I Know a Guy homebrew rule for? I guess it's kind of made for D&D, but it could be used in pretty much any tabletop game. I think it's so popular because it's one of the only kind of homebrew rules that I'm aware of that really encourages players to, actually kind of create NPCs in the world. I think that's why it's so popular anyway, or why DMs like it. Never played D&D? Well, I hope, if you want to, I hope you get a chance to. It's a fun game. Does Blades use that idea? That'd be cool. I have a copy of Blades. I've read about it, but I haven't actually run a game in it yet. It would make sense for them to have something like that, though. That would make a ton of sense for the types of things that I get the sense typically are happening in that game. I would definitely agree with that, Vigil. Most fun you can have with your brain. Sorry, lost my train of thought. I know a guy allows, when players invoke it in the game, they can basically invent an NPC to get the group out of a jam just by saying, I know a guy, and obviously the DM sort of gets control of the NPC at that point, but I think they can spend a resource to have prepared something after the fact. Okay, gotcha. Feels like this would be great. You know, it is one of those things that, you know, I think a glue stick will still work for this one. This is kind of a heavier textured paper, but I think I can lay it on thick enough to do it. You really have to try to build in opportunities, I think, as a DM for people to use something like I know a guy, but I think there's also creative ways to use it too. It's it has a lot of fun potential for creative problem solving. And another reason for me trying to think about a way to make it better is that I didn't want to just do a video talking about a cool homebrew that I've basically not added anything to. That kind of feels like boring. This way, even if people have heard of it before, they get a little bit something more out of it, hopefully. Definitely feels a lot better making these envelopes when you just start gluing stuff together. Enough thinking about it, enough debating. Let's see, so Warlock, this will be the Druid. I think I probably am going to dust on some of this green stuff. I think I can just use the glue stick. They're so small, and I bet they'll stick. Yeah, I think that's a way to do it. I think it's also totally fine to let the DM sort of, you know, cook that up. Absolutely. And so the idea is if they use something like, if they use I know a guy, then it's actually fine. I don't mind that flap. That's kind of cute. This way, if the players use I know a guy, they can open this envelope, and then, like, let's say it's the Druid, and if you craft these, if you put these together for your players beforehand, then when they open it, let's say that we need a boat to get out of the city, to use the city example, right? And then the Druid says, well, I knew a guy, you know, that blah, blah, blah. They create somebody, maybe some kind of nature priest or something that they knew. And then they rip this open, and it's like, oh, and also that NPC had been fixing like a staff, like a magical staff for the Druid, and maybe it's done. Maybe it's been repaired or whatever. So in that sense, it's almost like they get also another kind of plot hook or a magic item or something, and it's just sitting there waiting for them to use this feat and kind of create something out of their backstory, and then they get something extra. That's the thought anyway. Feel like I'm not very good at different ways of writing. I'm not a scripty sort of person, so I think most of these are probably going to be pretty boring. Let me see. I don't know if I can even write cursive anymore. Get to find out on camera. This will be fun. I'm not very proud of that, but it could work. Once and done for the game. That's right. Everybody gets a use of it, but it's just the one. Which is partly why you can get away with kind of making it, putting more into it, right? If I'm as a DM putting stuff into these cards specifically for characters, then I'm thinking up something that is going to be tied to their backstory and really important to that character. This is sort of like whether it comes in at level 4, level 5, level 12, like this is going to matter to them probably in some way. But the trick is to make it something like, the magic item is being worked on that way. There's a lot of room for you to kind of work that into wherever their character is going. Tweak it slightly. Oh man, do I like that enough to try it? I'm not going to use this. Let me try the same thing with my thicker. I feel like I can hide it in the thickness of this pen, maybe. I feel like... Here's what I'll do. Just to be sure. Let me give myself a reference. I don't feel like I'm making any obvious character mistakes. Right. Yeah, I remember these things. I remember these things so well. Okay. It'll be great. It'll be awesome. Perfect. Well, perfect enough, I should say. Here, let me trail in on that guy a little bit more, but that's fine. Good enough for my purposes. Off topic, but are there changelings in D&D? Yeah, playable race, yep. And also, like, especially if you find yourself a dungeon master that's willing to sort of, homebrew and customize and house rule and things like that, anything can be a playable race. Any idea that you have is workable, can be cooked up or modified from existing stuff. Definitely doable. Let me use this guy. I think these micro things. So this is light green and medium green. Let's see. Maybe I'll try. I'm trying to think how I want to. I don't necessarily want to cover the thing, but maybe just in the pockets, kind of in between. Or maybe actually just kind of loosely around everything. That's what I'll do. So I've never run an ongoing group that was more than 5 people. I've run one shots with a bunch, like 6, 8, 9. I really like doing one shots. I really like introducing people to the game. So that's typically where the larger groups come in. But no, the main reason for doing different character classes like what I'm doing here is just as an example to use in a video. I mean, I'll hold on to them because if I have them, I don't have to make them again. I do like that 4 or 5 people. That keeps it all. It's a decent sized group, but it's also not so much that it, slows down. But that's also just based on my experience. That could change as I gain more experience. Not used these very much. See how effective they are. Smallest I've run some solo game stuff. Mostly that's like prologues and things. But some solo gaming. I've also run an ongoing game for 2 players for a good while, for some like 6 months or so, and that was interesting. Just because I wanted to experiment, wanted to see what it was like with a smaller group. Also wanted to put a lot more in there. Also wanted to experiment with using experience leveling. I do milestone leveling, and the 2 players I was running for have been playing the game a lot longer than me, so I was like, hey, this might be a fun opportunity to try leveling with experience points. And I'm glad I did. I got some useful experience out of that. Really enjoyed your shorts, by the way. The idea of GMing being a gateway into many other creators really resonates. Well, thank you. I'm super glad, because that's been my experience. I never used to craft before D&D. Never did any of this stuff. And even for the first year of doing it, I was like, I'm never gonna make stuff. I don't even really need to paint minis or whatever. I could just make do. And then once I started into it, I was like, oh. And really only, a couple years in, started in with like the props and things like that. All right, let's set that aside to dry like a baking show. What else? Let me check my list off here. And skip that song because it's annoying. What kind of stuff visual has D&D gotten you into? I know that I think the most common stuff for people is usually like, all of a sudden like map making, and some people do voices and stuff. Like there's a lot of different things that can sort of come up. Oh, the other side of that is polka dotted. Didn't even notice. That is pretty cool. Let's see, preferences on using foam or cardstock. I can't see the chat thing gets in the way, but I think you're saying versus paper. Let me switch to a better chat view so I can see you guys. So I am primarily a foam crafter. I actually don't do that much with paper, but I had this idea for the envelope thing, so I was like, might as well. Cleric, for whatever reason, feels like gold and purple to me, so I think that's what I'm going to do. Gold and purple. Oh, bookbinding. Lots of zines. I've collected PDFs. That's cool. Yeah, bookbinding. So I've made one of my. I've used it in plenty of my videos at this point, but I made a wizard's journal. I didn't like put it together or anything like that, but I you know, bought something that looked good and or convincing enough. Then most of the work was actually writing and filling out, trying to create the Journal of a Wizard. But when I see every once in a while, I'll see video of people doing bookbinding stuff, and I'm like, ooh, that, I definitely feel the temptation for that. Like, that would be really neat. So maybe someday. No, you're good, NPM. You're good. Paper is a really approachable way, I think, for literally like every DM, every sort of TTRPG, any sort of game, with a little bit of time, investing in a little bit of like kind of different types of paper and like just taking the time to write. If you take the time to write out a message from like somebody in your world to a player at the table or vice versa or whatever, and just hand that to them, like that can be like the event of the night, you know, in a game. Like it doesn't really take much more than that, in my experience. Visually said, how have you approached learning new stuff? Stuck with hobby crafting YouTube, or have you found other resources? So for the crafting side of things, it was YouTube for a while. Blackmagic Craft is like the beast of, I think, onboarding people to like foam crafting, terrain stuff, tabletop, like that. Yeah, no question. There were others too, but I think Blackmagic Craft was the channel for me. Not to say I haven't picked up stuff from other people, but definitely he was the most formidable resource. And then, man, after getting like the fundamentals down, it really just became a matter of like, I want to be able to do this in a game. Let me see if I can figure that out. Prop stuff, and this is why I've been kind of leaning towards doing content about it every now and then, and I want to do a lot more on it. I actually think there's a lot more opportunity for prop stuff at the table that there isn't actually that much content for. It actually, I find myself looking into like the types of supplies that are used by like people that like LARP, like live action roleplay stuff, because it actually kind of edges over into that territory a little bit. Like once you're sort of like making, you know, dice potions, you know, certainly like printing full scale maps or like getting, you know, the right kind of like pouches and things like that. Like it really starts to dip into that sort of territory, which I never thought I would, you know, be as familiar with now as I am. But they have some great resources like leather making stuff that people do, and like you take some of that, if you find the right item for something like that, and then you mix it with something like what we're doing here. One of my favorite examples, so over on my shelf, is like a scroll, like a leather wrap scroll for either maps or you could do different scroll type things, and combining that purchased item from Etsy with some like custom music sheets that I printed became like this really amazing bard prop and puzzle, because I really like puzzle design. And that those two things together, I think, really make it stand out a lot, really make it pop. Still new to crafting, so how do you personally deal with traveling with pieces as well as maintaining them? My players are rough with my modular pieces. Yeah, it really does depend. I'm not crazy about traveling with terrain. I certainly do it. I've taken it to conventions even. I did some videos back in August, I think, about I did terrain for the table one of the tables at Gen Con, and that was really annoying to do. Traveling with tubs of terrain and stuff is a pain. Puzzle props are a little bit tricky, but I think that's definitely like the most fun that I have with D&D, I think, at this point. I definitely prefer to run here if I can, but I'm such a sucker, especially if there's somebody new to the game. I'll pretty much go anywhere. When it all comes down to it, everything that I've made is as bummed as I am to see anything get damaged. Having a couple of young kids will help anybody through this, I suppose, but I glued it all together in the first place. I can glue it back together. Most of the stuff looks better with damage anyway, and like repairs and being changed over time, so I try not to stress out too much about it. I've got plenty of stuff to work on. Or I should say to work with at this point. Yeah, dice potions are a really, I think, a really accessible way to get started. My favorite is to actually, like, because you can do it a lot of different ways, but my favorite is to sort of do the resin pours, or however you want to do the effect in the bottles, and then actually have the dice that represent the potion in there that can actually be rolled, like kind of, pop the top and roll them out. That's my favorite way to do that. Not really thinking too hard about this Cleric one. Just for whatever reason, it feels like purple and gold is the way to go. I don't really care about these edges because I think I'm going to try to incorporate this guy somehow, even though folding that might be next to impossible. We'll see. It might actually be too thick to work with glue. Well, that actually would have been not bad for the Druid one. The gold is probably more valuable. Yeah, I think that's all I'll do it. Okay, sorry. Got distracted thinking ahead, which is not very helpful when buzzing through these. Do your tables like puzzles? I'm always curious. I feel like that's such a loaded question, but I'm always curious to hear what people think about that, or what different tables think about puzzles. I have multiple groups that I run. I haven't tried them when I run. The DM I'm playing, the DM in the game I play in hates puzzles. Yeah. Puzzles are tough. Puzzles are tough. One thing that I feel like people get overly hung up on a little bit when it comes to puzzles is sort of the mental block of like, yeah, but then it's the players solving the puzzle, not the characters. Sort of. I pull some of my puzzles from the game. Mind Trap, and sometimes I have to give hints because everyone's overthinking them. Yeah, definitely. How did the sheet music puzzle work? Well, I'll have to I'll have to link in the video I made about that. Without getting too far into the weeds, basically it was the sheet music itself. There were a handful of different kind of layers of puzzles. So there was some hidden messaging in there. There was sort of some language, like poem type puzzles. Basically, I just kind of squeezed in every type of puzzle that I could, because the context in game was that, you know, this was sort of uncovering the secrets of a previous guild. So there were lots of opportunities to hide things like that. I think one of the tricks is to make sure that puzzles are always optional too. I think it can really help overall, both for DM enjoyment and player enjoyment, if we think about puzzles the same way we do plot hooks, right? It's almost like puzzle hooks. I haven't found all the things I want to say about this concept yet, but I feel like it's a big one for me, like one that I think about a lot, which is that, like, you know, puzzles can be teased just like anything in the game, and if players engage with it, great, invest more time and energy into it. If they don't, fantastic, don't waste your time. That's kind of how I approach adventuring in the world anyway. And I think there's a lot of application with puzzles, so that's something I need to think a lot more about. Boyfriend and the kiddo are back from hockey. Looking forward to seeing you. Hey, thanks so much. Thanks for hanging out. NPM. I'll catch you another time. Yeah, I think making them easy, and I think making sure that there are multiple outs. I'm not particularly a fan of the strategy, kind of it's a classic like DM's tactic, I guess, or like planning strategy of like, well, I'm just going to give them a puzzle and then I'll wait 10 minutes and then, you know, whatever they try, I'll make that the solution. I don't like that. But that's because I think that puzzles should be like a storytelling element. Like if the players come across like a, you know, there's like a secret passcode to get into the Thieves Guild. Well, that's like, that can be a lot of different things in the game. And if you just let them, you know, achieve it, then it kind of makes the world look stupid. But if there's also a way they can outsmart the whole situation, turn it on its head, or follow somebody in, or whatever else, like, that's fine. I think the issue with puzzles is they should never be a dead end. They should never be like a cul-de-sac in your experience where now, like, everybody's sitting there scratching their heads realizing, oh crap, we can't move on until we figure this out. That's sort of the nightmare, which I don't think players or DMs, I don't think anybody wants that to happen, which is maybe why people avoid them. But let's see if Elmer's will be enough to hold this thick paper in place. I want to believe. Yeah, and I think, was it NP who said it? Yeah, I mean, pulling puzzles and stuff from other games is like a perfect way to do it too. Like steal puzzle concepts and or at least ideas, then find new and interesting ways to implement them. I think makes a ton of sense. Might have to. I have to use my white pen on this one. I don't know. We'll have to see. thick. Yeah, polka dots would have been interesting, but that was more of a surprise that they were even on the other side. I liked the purple for a cleric, but like polka dots, eh. Damn it.
What would you like for Christmas?
I can make that work. Yeah, purple and gold, and then I can probably do a scripty font as well. Now that I'm getting so confident with my cursive again. It's so useful in life. And then I thought I would use less of the gold and primarily the silver on a Paladin envelope. Maybe it's just little strips of the gold, or maybe I don't know what, but definitely seems like silver would be the way to go there. Oops. What's up, Asian? What are we crafting today? I've always wanted to ask, do you have any tips for getting your PCs to roleplay and talk to each other? I always struggle to get NPCs chatting in character. Well, first of all, we are crafting completely unnecessary character class envelopes because I want to put in these eventually, someday when I use them, I want to put secrets in them at the beginning of a campaign that they get to basically tear open and find out. Secrets, could be magic items, could be stuff. It's tied into a larger concept, but we'll get to that, and I'll actually have a video out probably in the next day or two that uses these or that talks about these, so spoilers. But getting players to talk to one another. So my favorite technique for getting players to talk to one another, especially early on. I'm a big fan of running prologues for the characters before the campaign starts. So basically, have a session 0, get everything sorted, and then I'll schedule one-on-one sessions with each player specifically for their character to sort of introduce them to the world and basically play an hour or 2 or 3 just kind of figuring out what they're all about and giving them a lot of context for the world. I love doing that. And the reason I bring that up first is because I think early on in a campaign that can help give the players both a confidence with their character that makes it more likely that they're going to maybe talk to the other players because they've had time kind of one-on-one with the DM to sort of find their character voice a little bit, and they're not figuring that out with everybody all at once. It also makes it possible for each of the players in that first prologue session to get a slightly different set of information, to get a different perspective on like the starting location or the starting NPCs and things like that, and can give them a reason to talk about their past with one another. And another, so that's all for pre-campaign prologue sessions. Another thing that I'll do again at the beginning, I actually have a video up, goes over this kind of in more detail, but having players provide you with a set of like true things and rumors and false things about their character, like a set of 4 or 5 of these things, and then dispersing them on your own to everybody else at the table. Usually before a game starts, that's like a homework thing for my players. That can really help because it gives everybody also kind of some perspective on the other characters and some reason to talk. You know, hey, I've heard this is true about you. Is it? You know, that's a pretty straightforward way to use it, but that also wouldn't be a bad thing. Now that's all at the very beginning of a campaign, but let's assume you're past that. What do you do? What can you do? It's a good question. The only way that I know, the main way in, let's say, the middle of a campaign, something's going on, what do I do to try to get them talking more? My go-to technique is going to be to use an NPC to do it. Because players are already inclined to speak to an NPC kind of in their character voice. So if you can insert an NPC sort of in between a couple of characters or amongst the group and sort of be the catalyst, it's almost like, you know, you're trying to get people, 2 of your friends to talk to each other and you know all the right things to say. To a certain extent, you know as a DM the types of things that an NPC could say that would probably get a reaction from multiple characters at the table at once, and if you can get them talking to you, then that crosstalk can get them talking to each other more. Maybe use the edge of the table for that one. Just some ideas. All you can do is experiment, and then beyond those sort of general things, it probably depends on the group. Probably depends on the players. That white does not pop very much. I'm not sure I want to do that. Yeah, this will work just fine. Okay. Let's do... It's kind of sparkly. I think I like this idea. Kind of want to do a like a wrap. So if I was to do one of these for the monk, you know, a monk will wrap their fists. So maybe like coming across like kind of banding. That could be kind of cool. It's a neat idea, I think. Try it out. Probably just strips of maybe 2 different lengths. Asian, awesome stuff. I know you've had some experience running games with kids. My game next month will be exactly that. I take it you found NPCs the most useful way to bring out the engagements. Here's the thing. I think so many things about the game get a lot easier with kids, actually. I think you have to make sure that they're relatable situations for kids, and that to some extent the options are maybe more obvious and laid out. I don't think it depends on the context, but when I ran a one shot, when I did the video about it, I wanted to make like super crystal clear kind of places for them to go through the course of one shot, because I only had a couple of hours to run them through it. But they jumped into role playing with very little prompting. They were happy to do it. Mileage may vary with kids, but yes. So much fun, I agree. I think some of it is comfort level. I've got a player just will not talk in character. She's new to it, so I've tried asking the questions about how the character feels. Yeah, I mean, that's the way to do it. The way I described it once is that, like, everybody does it differently, and even, like, people's moods and how they're feeling at the table sometimes. Like, I think that speaking in character is just one way to roleplay. I think I tend to view roleplay very broadly as making decisions as your character that you wouldn't make, or that are different than you in some way. That's role playing, and you can do that in exactly the way that you're describing. You can do that by saying, such and such, my character does this, or like character's name, does this or is feeling this. Like that's all fine. That works great for me, and it's a super accessible way to get people to start thinking about that kind of stuff without like feeling like they have to personally represent them. And yes, kids are a little bit chaos, but maybe I'm just ready for it in that situation with D&D, because D&D players are chaos, right? So that's the silver paper. That's why it's so annoying. So I'm going to try to use these strips to be like similar to like the wraps. I'm thinking like Daredevil style, like monk wraps on their hands and forearms, and see if I can wrap this envelope with it a little bit. Give it a try. I think that'll work. Maybe I just want it to be a little bit of white. Maybe kind of crisscross them a little bit. I ran a game of Quest for my niece and nephew. The thing they did when I started was yeet my plot and themselves out the window, rolled with it, and they had a lot of fun. Yeah. Yep. That can definitely happen. I mean, I think it I think it really depends how long and how kind of structured the game time needs to be. The more time you've got to play with people, the more. Yeah, I think maybe just the fear it's going to look maybe more like mummy wraps than like. Let me look up a quick reference on this. Yeah, pretty much that's what it looks like, I think. Okay. Just need to roll with it. Just need to do it. It's just an envelope. Coffee. Usually coffee. Which is pretty cold now, but still effective. Open couple crafting is risky, especially when painting. Heard of people swigging paint water. Yes. It's a lot easier to justify when no paint is really involved. But yeah, there's I have a clear. I use one of these Citadel cups for paint, and when I am painting minis or whatever else I'm painting, I keep them far apart from each other. Should hopefully make it a lot less likely to happen. Although not impossible. Anything could happen. I'm actually, given how I protect myself, I'm a lot more likely not to drink from that, but to accidentally put paint in my coffee cup, which, while bad, I'll take 100 times over. Okay, so we'll fold over. Impatience. Forgot just how thick this paper really is. Eventually, yeah, but really they're mostly for demonstration purposes when I talk about this idea that I have, but I'll keep them around and I'll use them myself because I like this idea. Never hurts to have crafts sitting around for something later, but I don't have any new campaigns starting right now. And I mostly want to be able to introduce these on a new campaign. I don't think I would do them for a campaign that wasn't done yet. But yeah, the big idea is that this would be something that you hand out to players, probably around character creation session 0. Maybe I'd give them, might give them to them during the prologue sessions. That I could explain to each of them kind of both what it could. How they might use it, make sure that they understand all the rules for using it, and then also what might be in the envelope for them. That way they can sort of stick it with their character stuff and then know that, they can, hopefully always in the back of their mind will be that idea that like, yeah, I could gain something for my character if I use this ability, which is kind of the vibe I was aiming for with it. Which hopefully will make more sense once I explain it all with these things in my video. And until I use them in a game, what these really are is video props. That's what I'm really making right now, is props for a video. Which happens. And kind of like I said, like any one of them right now, like I'm not through the moon on. But once you sort of have them and you're like, yeah, you can make, you can imagine how in a video it looks like a lot more has been done. And it's like each one of these can be envelopes and give them to your players, and it'll feel like hopefully like kind of spark people's imagination about how they could do it, and probably make better versions of all of this than I can, for sure. People are so clever and creative. And then sometimes the video goes nowhere and whatever, but that's okay too. It's a good question. How would you scale the rewards since you don't know when they be used? Depends on what the reward would be, but let's just take the example of a that idea of like a magic staff, or let's just say staff. There's a weapon. There's a weapon that this NPC, they rip it open, whatever character it is, they're like, okay, this NPC also has something that either once belonged to me, or that can belong to me if they've finished fixing it up. And I would sort of allow them to sort of embellish, okay, how did that come to be, or help them sort of close the gap on like how that is true for this particular relationship that they have. If all they know about it is that much, then I can work with that in with the NPC that they've made, and probably I've thought about it already. So like, just off the cuff, if it's for a character and it's a staff that, maybe they found together, and so they, the player character, they got the gold, or maybe they let the NPC that they create keep the gold, and in exchange they're going to use some of that gold to fix up this strange staff. Turns out that staff was really, really old and really, really valuable, and probably was like capable of doing all sorts of crazy magic and doing all this, but maybe the NPC sold it, and so they're like, here's your cut. But who they sold it to and like what it can do now sounds like actually appropriately leveled to wherever they are in the game. That way they can now go after that. They get all the information and they're like, well, I'm going to go get that item back. Or, they could just give it to them. It depends how much I want to kind of use it as a plot hook or just sort of hand it over. But the idea is that it's sort of like crafted for them, right? It's almost like they've earned it. And if it's a magic item, then I would sort of place it so that it's, slightly better than anything they're currently carrying, no matter where they are in the game. And if that doesn't make sense for the story and the NPC and the situation, then it becomes sort of activated by the player when they take hold of it, right? Because it should be sort of meaningful to that player specifically. So that's how I would do it with a magic item. If I was to do something else, it kind of depends. Like, I have a handful of ideas to mention in the video, but like one of the ideas isn't even necessarily an item, but like a trait that like this particular NPC used to have, like nightmares, like prophetic dreams. But they had one about the player character, but they never were willing to tell them. Like that extra wrinkle, just so that they have something that's more bound to their backstory. Like that would make it more interesting for them to track them down and ask about it. I didn't realize you crafted specifically for videos. I always just assume you had such cool stuff lying around. Both are true. Both are true. I would say that, especially like notes and like one-off things that are sort of in and out of frame as examples, like that can be either or. Sometimes I'm taking stuff that I already have and making it clearer as an example, because otherwise it's all a bit muddied. But yeah, behind the scenes production. production craft is going on. I'm a fan of a good hook, and so many things. The nice part about a hook is that then I don't have to make the decision about whether it's what everybody's playing. I put the hooks out there, make them as clear as they need to be, and then when people snatch them up, I go, great, I'll go play on that. That's what we'll play next week. And it allows the players to sort of choose what they're interested in. That, to me, that my jam, my style of world building is hooks, plot hooks. To me, that's the right level of world building for me. Is like what can I put in the world that is engaging and enticing? That's the level I want to operate at. I don't necessarily want to create pantheons and world histories unless it's tied to some sort of a hook, and then I can get really into it, because then it's like, ooh, this is potential gameplay and like intrigue, and this will get my players into it and stuff like that. That I really like. Yes, and yes. Technically, I think like D&D law dictates it. I have to say it's 5e. It's a 5e game, but I just sort of change and add whatever I want to it. I wouldn't say it's a heavily homebrewed game, but I'm not opposed to homebrew at all. I'll pull anything. I'll change anything. And I do have my own sort of world. It's not complete. I add to the game sort of world basically with every campaign. I just add a new region to the world map and keep building it out, so keeps it flexible and also interesting, and allows me to add stuff that was missing that I feel like the world needs. But I really do like it. I like having those connections, even if those connections are really only known to me. I like it all. I like all my games being in the same world. I think it's a lot of fun. Like I said, even though it doesn't actually affect most of the gameplay for players. And I kind of had to when I first started running the game, and definitely even now. Like some of the players that I'm running for, they know the history of D&D, of Faerun, of Forgotten Realms, of all of these characters. They know it better than me, and better than I'll ever know it, because I was a new DM 5 years ago or whatever. So I was like, I can't get up to speed, and if they're correcting me, or if they know things that are true that I don't know are true, then it doesn't feel like I'm an authority, on this world the way that I feel like I should be. And I can't surprise anybody, or can't do anything. It felt too restrictive. So it's like right off the bat, I knew like this has to be my world, and then I can sort of set those rules and boundaries however I feel like they should be. And you can't be wrong when you're making it all up. You're never wrong. There's this like stupid music. bumping around. I wonder if I've got this. Oops. Got this like kind of dirt earth powder. I wonder if I should use some of it on this to make it look kind of beat up. Could certainly try. So impatient. That actually is pretty cool with the brown. Check it on my Druid envelope. Pretty cool. I'm cool with that. Yeah, weathering for the wraps would be good. Yeah, it's definitely pretty mossy. And I could always add more, but I think for the effect it's there. I think I could certainly... Let's see. It's probably would be smart. Let me bring this back in. Yeah, I'd kind of started on this one. Kind of cool. It's got like the moss on the one side and then sort of a kind of an earthy material paper on the other. So it works, but I think I want to... What's the simplest way to do this? See if I have a trashy brush here. Oh, hello. Didn't mean to do that. Don't know that I'll have enough, but I can try. I've got some with any sort of flocking, if you don't really like lock it in, it's just going to be Asian. I'm sure you've asked this a lot of time, but do you play Baldur's Gate? I don't. I've been asked to and I've been tempted to, but I have not taken the time. But I've heard great things about it. I need more. Don't know if I can get away with this without ruining it, but I know if I can manage it, it's going to be locked in a lot more solid than it would have been otherwise. It's moss anyway, so don't have to be. It's okay if it sort of floats as it dries again. Everything that I've heard about Baldur's Gate 3 is that it's an incredibly faithful and fun adaptation of what people like about D&D. I've heard people tell me that like it's not a big deal now if campaigns get, or if sessions get called off because they can just play Baldur's Gate, which seems like high praise. And I've heard from a lot of DMs that there's some really creative stuff in it that's got them thinking about new ways to, you know, introduce encounters and combats in their games, which I think is pretty cool. That does tempt me to want to play it just so I could be able to talk to people about that, but you know, it's just back to that time commitment thing. Using watered down glue like this is one really solid reason for keeping crappy old brushes around even as they begin to like fray and stuff. Real easy way to apply. You could always use like an eyedropper and stuff like that, I guess, but tell you what, speaking of video games, I saw that I think yesterday or a couple days ago was the 25th anniversary of Half-Life. 25 years to the day that it came out. So I've been back in 1998. And the only reason I know this or notice this is because there's a really great like hour-long documentary that Valve put out on YouTube, and it's awesome. Bunch of people sort of learning how to design a game in the course of a couple of years and screwing it up and all that, but that's definitely one of those really formative games for me and how I think about like designs and encounters and stuff like that. Half-Life is up there. After the effort you're putting into these, I definitely make my players give them back. Yeah. I'm not gonna be mad about it at all. Half-Life definitely feels its age. There's still a lot to love about it. But yeah, I mean, it was a heck of a standout game back when it came out. And also I'm jealous because you get to play Half-Life for the first time or finish it for the first time still. That's an awesome thing. You can't ever go back and experience favorite things again. Yeah, Half-Life's pretty cool. It was really like it did stuff back then. Not that I was necessarily aware of it. I was fairly young when I played Half-Life. I mean, I knew I loved it. I knew it was awesome. But they were trying stuff with like cinematic storytelling and like, you know, it's an entire game without a cutscene and you know, the first 20 minutes to a half an hour you don't fire a gun. Like there's all these like shooter sort of mainstays that they sort of shirked to try to do something different, and it makes it really interesting. And to your point there, Vigil, about the effort that I'm putting in. Oh boy. So here's the truly crazy stuff when it comes to the stuff that I make for this game. The puzzle, the music puzzle, and other ones that I made at that time. I put so much time into these like physical puzzle props that I gave to my players. But the whole point of it was the discovery. The sort of those aha moments when they realized that there was more to the props than sort of the first level that they understood of them. And so I put all the work in and made these things and gave them to them. And it was, I think, 4 months before they realized there was more to them. But that gamble paid off because of the excitement that they all had when they started the realization built that they'd been sitting on top of these sort of all tied together unified puzzle things. It was the long bet, but it definitely paid off. So I am willing to put in some work if it means it could potentially make for something cool. Love all the orange box titles. The source engine just feels so great for all the... Yeah, definitely. It's not without quirks and weird issues and stuff, but really good stuff. Okay, so we've got that, Oh yeah. Got distracted with my... my Druid one. Forgot that I was halfway done with my monk. When the Druid player realized that the foam wooden box had hidden writing on it by accident, because I believe she was using one of those lights to detect any places her cat had peed in her apartment, and so she just happened to pass the light over it and saw things light up on it. It became a call in the middle of the day. Everybody was at work, everybody was doing stuff, and everybody had to jump on a video call so that she could excitedly show what she found. And even then, it was 10 minutes of that excitement before they went, well, we got to check all the other ones. We got to check all these other props too. Yeah, that was pretty amazing. And a relief, because at that point I was like, man, they may never figure it out. You know, after the campaign, and I tell them they're gonna kick themselves. No, I would have found a way eventually to call it out in more specific ways, but I didn't have to. They kind of stumbled into it. And in my defense, there were some pretty clear markers that there was a reason to investigate the items, but they just didn't put the pieces together, which happens. That's fine. The game could have gone on just fine without them figuring that out. I mean, it's exploring that kind of stuff has very much changed the direction of like how I DM and finding out the things that I really like about it. And the stuff that I want to do more of. So yeah, it was definitely pretty amazing stuff. Yeah, there's sort of that, if you know, anytime you can find a moment to be like, well, you know, I can put this. It was UV ink to. That wasn't my only bet. To put it in better context, and you can see this in some of my videos, they were all given these props and they all had these sort of little nods to there being kind of secrets under the surface. The fighter ended up with they all kind of had different props, but the fighter has the wizard's tome, the wizard's journal, which came with a skull that if you press in just right, manipulate it, it emits a UV light. That was sort of the big, hey, shine this light on all the stuff kind of clue that that wasn't enough at the time. But I think some of the players overlooked that. I think the one player realized that it did that, and the other ones hadn't really like internalized that. But yeah, I mean, playing around with a UV light on the props, like, you know, night one should have probably kicked some of that off. But I don't fault them for it, because to some extent it's only fun if there's a level of discovery in that, and that discovery of what even the props were was the beginning of a year-long puzzle solve on all of those. That was an intense set of puzzles, but really fun. But I'm flexible about that kind of stuff. The only reason that I did that sort of intense puzzle stuff for that group was because they showed such an interest in it. I made a video about this too, but they kind of a couple of times in a row showed a lot of interest in it and had a lot of fun doing it. So I was like, okay, let me reward this. It's not something that I inflict upon, because I also have another group that's really not interested in them at all. I shouldn't say at all. I don't want to sell them short, but they generally, if I put a puzzle in my game, there's usually another, kind of like I said before, another way to get past it, creatively or brute force or whatever method you want to use. Either brute force puzzle solving or brute force like literally fighting combat. That was a special case that was sort of, you know, in-game but like extra game stuff that if they engaged with would give them kind of extra information about the world, which worked pretty well. However, it's that kind of stuff is definitely like experimental. Like, I knew from the get-go that it could, you know, not work out. I mean, to some extent, like the music puzzle that part of the music puzzle was like a code hidden in the music notes, partially because the person who got that was actually a musician, so would have some knowledge about some of that, but I'm not a musician, so that was the one that I had to sort of help out the most with, mostly just because I'm like, it's not really fair to you guys if this is hard to solve because I'm stupid about music. But that's, you know, that was part of the fun of it too, was the many hours of group solving these puzzles, and me getting to sort of assist here and there. Definitely added to the experience. But it's not for everybody. My other group, I'll stick some puzzles here and there into the game, and then also make sure that there's some clear other ways around it, because it's not for everybody. Super high and barely in the right ear, and vice versa for the music. Interesting. I wonder if that's something about how it streams out to YouTube. I'll have to investigate that for my next stream. This is my first, actually might be my first time streaming specifically on YouTube directly. So is it IR fine? Well, thanks so much for checking out. I streamed some stuff on YouTube once before, but it was through Restream. I was also on Twitch and stuff like that, so I think there's probably some quirks that I need to figure out. about how OBS and YouTube work together. So thanks for that note. I'll definitely be paying attention to that. See if I can make it better next time. Oh, well, thanks so much. I'm glad to hear that. That's definitely the goal. Hope there's some good tips and inspiration and stuff in there. That's awesome. Congrats on being a new DM. That's exciting too. That's like the best possible outcome, I think. Especially, honestly, I find that me and new DMs tend to get along better sometimes than me and old DMs. Old DMs don't always like some of the new, crazy, creative ideas that people playing the game nowadays come up with, so... What was the first puzzle prop that I tried? I made... There is a... I think this was it. I think this was the first one that I really did. And it was only kind of a puzzle prop. It was kind of puzzle terrain. I made the... There's a puzzle in Tasha's in the back. They have a handful of different puzzles, and they're mostly fine. I haven't used and made props out of any of them except for this one, and it's the classic letters on the floor tiles puzzle. And the letters spell out different types of magic, and you have to not step on those. Spoilers for the puzzle in Tasha's. Very discoverable, very solvable, blah, blah, blah. So I actually made that kind of tile so that, and I still have it, and I can drop it on the table and sort of let people uncover that, avoid the rows where it spells out magic or abjuration or whatever. That was one of those. It's kind of a prop. It's kind of just terrain, but like embedding the puzzle directly into the terrain was really fun and super engaging and really fun to sort of see, rather than sort of describing it and giving everybody a printout and making it feel kind of like a what do you call it? What are those like? Like a diner like puzzle, like a kid's crossword or something like that. I felt like having the prop or having the terrain on the table was really fun, and I liked that. Wonder if there is... IR fine. Old DMs are set in their ways, and DMs like you, Colville, Zebron, Disney are just built different. Well, hey, I'll take it. I appreciate that. Honestly, the reaction I have with a lot of kind of old-fashioned or like more traditional DMs that have been doing it a long time is, man, sometimes I'll read things that they say and I'm just like, you guys, a lot of us, we're trying to get more people to the game, right? Sometimes stuff that people that have been playing the game for a really long time say about it, it's like, I don't know, that kind of crotchety approach to it, and judgmental approach to how people want to run the game is not going to encourage many people to try it. So, but I agree. Big fan of Colville and Zipron. Is that how you say it? Zipron Disney? I like both their channels a lot. Colville's probably responsible for most of the ideas that I've tried at the table that work. Definitely. Let's see. Probably like a fairly blocky letters on this one. Oh, that's, yeah, like a, maybe that's maybe like a, something like that. Just searching for the right size of pen. My opinion, a good DM knows how to surprise their players. That definitely, that can be a big part of it. Useful thing to be able to do. There, that's a pretty good monk envelope. Grognards. Yeah, I've got some. I might add some more distress to it, but I'll keep moving on. Keep checking stuff off here. I think it gives the vibe that I wanted. What else do I got over here? Font could look like it got punched in the face. It's a lot easier to do punched in the face handwritten than scripty, nice, pleasant. So, yes. I feel like a paladin would almost be like a blade. That's the vibe. Maybe it's just like, could always just like sort of, let's see, got gold, got black. I don't really like that idea. Maybe like maybe some diagonal work on this one. Strips right across like that. It's a good question. How will I differentiate it from a fighter? Don't know. And maybe I'll bail and not even do a fighter. Or more practically in my game, in my situation, I would, it would only be an issue if I had both. And I might have to make another one, but certainly liking this sort of base wrap approach. If I can get the stupid thing aligned right anyway. I like it. Gold does tie it in, yeah. I mean, there's gold flakes in it, so I feel like that could be a light way to tie it in. I don't know, maybe if I want to do a stripe across, I could also, what I don't want to do is I can't do a little bit of it on the edge because it won't glue right, but I bet I could do it as like edging on the black, and that'll feel distinctly not fighter-esque. It'll feel too ordained or too ornamental for probably the fighters. At least that's one way of interpreting it. That's one way of overthinking all of this. Yeah, armor, weapon decals, patterns. Armor is certainly using this same general approach, but almost the way that the wraps are here, but instead the metal and black maybe as like kind of armor edging, like armor plating. That could work. Even taking the metal in different pieces and kind of overlapping them probably would do it. Make it kind of feel like armor plating in that sense. That would probably work. So maybe we'll do these two one right after the other. Good ideas. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of this stuff becomes easier to make in some cases when you know who it's going to be going to, because then you can just sort of include, and in some cases what I might make that feels right for sort of a generic for like the generic fighter is not going to make sense for every character that happens to be a fighter. And so that's just about being flexible and going with what. You know, like I could imagine one of these for, you know, a character if I was to start over again. One of the campaigns that I have now, like I could imagine for one of them it being like a, you know, it could be more of like a last will and testament sort of like approach, or like a gravestone, or like there's lots of different ways to, I think, tie it into like character backstories to make that kind of stuff. Cleric cast with wisdom, one is Paladin, which is more or less a fighter plus Cleric cast with. I are fine. Your guess is as good as mine. I do not know. I think I've only ever run for one Paladin. I think just one Paladin. Maybe two. And this is the campaign stuff. No, definitely just one in a campaign, but more than that in like one-shots and things like that. Not sure why. Just something that not everybody chooses, I guess. Interesting. I wonder why that is. They seem plenty powerful. I wonder if it's the... Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't even begin to guess. Alright, got a silver kind of chainmail looking beastie here. Now what? Yeah, I think they're cool. Alright. I feel like right down the center. I feel like a strip that goes wrapped all the way around with a very thin gold edging. That feels right. Do you think that there's this implication that you know, if you're playing a paladin, you have to kind of play a paladin like this, maybe more so than other classes? Could be. Need to know how nuts your magic item cards are. What do you mean? Oh, like, do you mean like if I make custom magic items or whatever, like what those cards look like? Man, they're not. I don't very often make them. My players like to use D&D Beyond to manage all their stuff, and so usually I'm just like putting stuff like that into there. So it doesn't usually kind of bubble up into my like crafting. Which is maybe funny. Maybe it should. I mean, now that I'm going to be trying to do crafting streams a lot more often, maybe that'll be something to play around with. Custom magic right now. That's a cool option. Blacksmithing? Not yet. Not yet. I have looked at this wouldn't be blacksmithing necessarily, but one of the things that I look into when I'm trying to come up with a cool magic, not magic, but like puzzly prop is what have people actually made? What have people actually done in the past? And that has led me down some rabbit holes of like, ooh, I need to learn how to do that. Just because it'd be cool to have at the table. Something that I could use. Handing someone a card when they get a potion, getting it back when they use it is nice. Definitely. I would agree with that. I actually think, and this is an idea, another person for your list, if you guys haven't looked into Monarch Factory, that YouTube channel, Dale Kingsmill, has so many amazing ideas. I've been wanting to put one of hers into practice at the table, which is to turn inventory into sort of a management mini game, because I think inventory is sort of overlooked by a lot of various ways to play the game and various techniques and stuff, and it's never made as interesting as her pitch for it was almost like an old school, like a Resident Evil type of like backpack manager, where it's like you have to fit everything in. Like the things you get are different shapes, so you can have like a bunch of potions, or you could have like the one staff, and then the alchemist kit. Like everything kind of had a different size, so that you could basically carry what you could organize onto sort of whatever grid for whatever you're able to carry. I always thought that was such a cool idea, but I have not. Backpack Hero sounds like something that I should check out, because probably it is just that. better. It's the only prop stuff I've done. Made a figurine of Wondrous Power and a little totem. Those kind of fell flat. That's a bummer. It wasn't a puzzle, but I remember making a prop. So the first year that I ran D&D, it was for my wife, because we both wanted to try the game and decided to just do a solo, campaign. So I ran for her character. And I love, what's the magic item called? I love the robe of useless or semi-useless items. So something like that. But the robe of items, and I can't make it, but I took sort of one of my little notebooks and basically created one with the right number of pages and drew what everything was without explanation, without a word, so that she had it to use. She had to literally tear it out of the little notebook and dispose of it. And in some cases she was like, I think this is this. And that was the fun of that sort of magic item at the table, was it should be a little bit of discovery of like, even if you think you know what this patch is that you're tearing off and about to use, you don't really know. That would actually be fun. I think I still have that somewhere. Maybe I could remake that concept again and make it a little bit better. Maybe I'm a better artist nowadays than I was back then, but I think that could be a really fun and super approachable kind of prop to make for the table. I'll have to add that to my list of ideas. Haven't found a way to make inventory management fun, so I always hand waved it. Seems like it could work, so thanks. Maybe. Robe of stars that I wear whenever I go to the Renaissance Fair. Ooh, that's cool. But yeah, for a robe of useless items or robe of items, whatever it's called, that's been something that I think it'd be fun to learn how to maybe, stitch with like felt and like Velcro or something. Like making something that is like with removable patches would be really fun. I think some people have tried stuff maybe with like the robe of stars, or I've seen some of these before, but never something I was like totally thrilled with. So that could be someday getting me into knitting or something like that. Something I really never thought I would do. Items aren't as big a concern at a certain point. My cleric can make food and water. That's it for rations. Light spell means no need for torches. I think some of that stuff really just depends on what kind of game everybody wants to have. I think that to some extent games, the hobby is slow to catch up to what people want sometimes in terms of like the rules and the materials that are made available, because I don't think most people want to play something that's like super simulated where they're actually caring about all that stuff. They have these ideas of adventure and fun and intrigue and decision making and combat, and once you start talking about like how many feet of rope you have, it feels like a piece of an old game that's yet to kind of shake off and fall away, or grow into something more interesting, or find the right table for, because I know some people really want to play that way, and I think that's awesome. It's one of the reasons this game is carried on for so long and will continue to carry on in various forms, because it's really flexible. Like, you can do whatever works for your table and throw out all the rest. Yeah, I mean, the crunch can be fun at times. I think it's kind of like, it depends on how and who and all that stuff. It's just got to be the right combination to be fun for everybody. Ah, that's the bug. That's the bug you'll catch if you're not careful. Nah, it's fun. It's can be nice and relaxing most of the time, depending on how you do it. Fun hobby for sure. Can't complain about it. Just like except for I'll complain about my my lettering, but the trick to that is just more detail, and people won't even notice it. It's one of those things that there's always going to be one thing about something you make that you hate. You just have to live with that. That's part of the hobby. That's part of any sort of craft, I think. If there's only one thing about it that you truly hate, then it's good. Release it. Get it out into the wild. Space is definitely an issue, but space only becomes an issue eventually. So you could say space is an issue for IR Fine's future, not for you. Not for IR Fine now. Only IR Fine later. That's what I said to myself. You know. So far, I've, for the most part, handled it. That's awesome. Yeah, drawing maps is that's a fun one. One of the most time consuming for sure, I think, but super fun. Oh, that's cool, Vigil. I wanted to I haven't donated anything or given stuff away to people, even though that's the simplest thing to do if I do run out of space. Except if I've got one or two things that are really old. Some of the first big like building stuff that I made I wouldn't subject anybody to. But I do want to. I think I'd like to revisit some of those now. In sort of in a video, maybe in streams and stuff, where I'm like, okay, let's look at this thing I made before. Let me fix it. Let me not fix it, but let me make it again and show like 6 years ago and now, because, pretty rough to look at. But that'll be for a stream probably at some point. Yeah. For that flap to go down, I should probably start it right there. I also really want to do one of those, whatever it's called. Like, it's not a new idea, but I'd like to try my hand at it once or twice. Those okay, what's this look like if I craft it in an hour versus 10 hours versus 100 hours or whatever, and whatever those breakdowns of time are, but to really kind of show, you know, what that looks like. That'd be kind of fun too, but it's a tricky balance because as much as I do crafting, I don't necessarily want to become a totally crafting channel. The actual title for this, I'm trying to like sort of title and bucket my streams, and this show or this category of stream that I'm doing is actually called "It's Not All About the Crafting with Rhinimal DM," because I actually really don't ever craft unless I have a gameplay purpose for it. So I don't necessarily want to like the idea of like needing content. So at some point, just like making dioramas and stuff like that. Like I just don't think I could ever do that. I don't think I could get excited about that. It's got to have a game reason. That's why I craft. But in any case, that's fairly inside baseball. It ends up being a little bit plain, but I think that's probably okay. It's clear enough. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 1 hour, 10 hours, 100 hours, 1,000 hours. My 100-hour envelopes when I'm like, you know, the pulp and the papyrus, like pulling it into the paper shapes, you know, learning how to do that. Yeah, that would be torturous at all. No, these are getting there. Let's see here. What else had I thought of? I thought I had some other. So it would be cool to do for the wizard, for the wizard envelope. Paper, sort of wizard paper and like a bookmark vibe, you know, like maybe coming over here with like a two-tone, maybe like the silver, kind of like cut like a fancy bookmark would be, you know what I mean? I think that'd be cool. Coming like halfway down over the top of paper. That feels very papery. If I was to draw a bunch of arcane symbols and stuff on that, arcane nonsense, I've definitely got enough practice doing that. Put the yeah. Let's try that idea. 1,000 hours skinning and curing your own leather. Yes. Yes. This is an idea. Never used glue sticks this much. No, the ideas that I've had for this in the past have been like, okay, like something really useful for people, like a well. You know, like what would a well that's made in an hour versus a well that's made in, you know, maybe, I don't know, 5 hours and then 20 hours or something like that. Something that's not crazy intense, even though maybe the selling point is like having I think the greater the difference between the small amount of time and the big amount of time. So like, but I'm not sure that I could make a serviceable well in like 10 minutes. Like it's probably gonna have to be like at least an hour. So like an hour, 10 hours, 100 hours is like the most natural thing to do. So maybe that's what it would be. But wells definitely feel useful tabletop stuff, so figuring out the ins and outs of that could be fun. Oh, I've also got all this gold glitter that I didn't use, but maybe I can still work it into something. Sorry. Terrible. Bumping my camera like that. Make everybody sick. Just wanted to see my sealed in flocking. It's getting there. It's getting there. Not quite dry. Squid fishing for ink. I like that. Hundred-hour wells got to be able to hold real water. The bottom has to be removable so you can use it as a secret passage to something below. I mean, in terms of planning, because I'd probably give myself plenty of planning right before I would just be like, okay, I've got an hour to make a well. How would I do this? At least like a basic idea. And yeah, if I'm spending 100 hours on a well, it's probably going to be a well like with also like an underground piece attached to it, because man, that would be a really intense well otherwise. Watertight and removable. That's true. That's true. At the very least, you'd have a workable little thing, right? Like to turn it to allow the bucket to go down and come back up. Watertight with foam is going to be tricky anyway. Techniques or tools used instead of time. Papercraft and yeah, that's a good twist on it. Different ways to accomplish the same sort of effect. I just like use myself right out of this material. Beans. Just have it be mixed. Which is fine. Origami's not something that I've messed much with, but that could be fun. Another reason to do it. Yeah, I definitely like the idea of different methods. That's interesting to think about. And can be other stuff than a well. That was just what I'd kind of brainstormed once before. When I was thinking about doing it and then going, whew, that's a lot of work for a minute-long video. Maybe I'll save that for a longer video. Even though minutes sort of my wheelhouse right now, I'm sure I'll expand. Ton of origami as a kid, but I've forgotten most of the techniques and lost some of the skill. Yeah, I'm sure it'd come back to you fast though if you tried it out again. You'd probably be a faster learner now than somebody else would be, just because it's all in there somewhere. I know, right? What kind of weirdness is that? Think I'll be getting some up there soon. Just had to wait for ideas that were strong enough for spend more than a minute on. The sub count is criminal. Hear, hear. I can't complain. I've had a lot of great response in less than a year. I started in January, right? So I'm definitely not going to complain about the response I've had so far, for sure. I do, 5K. Look at that. Big milestone. Very happy about that. Definitely. How could I forget you guys? You've been with me for all of my YouTube specific streams since I set up all this stuff, right? All one episode I've made so far. You guys have been with me since the beginning. Now I used to stream through Restream to stream here and Twitch at the same time, but like honestly, I'm kind of giving up on Twitch. I'm just gonna fully invest my time at YouTube. Twitch is just not really cutting it. It's fun. So I stream through OBS, so it's kind of all through there, but honestly, like, yeah, YouTube stuff is totally fine. Comparable, or even in some cases better. I think that the issue that I ended up having more so with Twitch is that, as difficult as it is sort of community building on YouTube, you know, like I can't message followers or subscribers or whatever the language is, like it's difficult to grow that in some cases. On Twitch there's just like nothing. There's you know, videos are going to get dumped after a while unless you're very diligent about saving them. They barely have any sort of promotion you can do on their system, like clips and things like that. They're starting to get into, but it's too little too late for me, at least. And so I just, yeah. Oh, well, thank you. And yes, but exactly. Smart. Awesome, thank you. That's the hope, is that that will be unique and different. I mean, it really, like, I think that it's not really, none of it's about trying to be unique and different and stand out or anything like that, or like finding a niche. It's more just like, all I'm doing, I've been toiling away making all this stuff for a few years before I started to publish any of it, and all I'm doing is like, well, this is what interests and excites me about it. Crafts for their own sake don't. Still, I appreciate and respect the hell out of any crafts that anybody does. But anything that I'm going to make, I can't do it unless there's a purpose. So I should say a gameplay purpose. But I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like the concept. I'm excited to explore it some more. I've got a lot of ideas. The other stream concept that I'm going to be trying out here soon, like hopefully end of this, well, we'll see if it's this week, it might be next week. I want to do crafting streams, which is, crafting will involve painting and miniatures and displays and all sorts of things. Crafting keeps it nice and vague. Paper in some cases, or whatever. Puzzles probably at some point. The other stream concept I'm excited about is I want to do a regular session prep or like campaign planning stream. I've experimented with this a little bit in the past, and I want to just like kind of go all in on it. Music in all my videos is Metavari. All of it is Metavari. Nate, the musician behind, the genius behind Metavari, is a friend of mine and also a DM. And so we help each other out, and as a result, because he's awesome, I get to use his music to vastly improve the quality of my videos. There's also, I forget, I'll have to look it up. There is a music source that I stumbled onto recently, specifically for streaming, because this is like kind of sort of okay, decent junk music that's safe for streaming from Spotify. But I found another source that costs a few bucks, but is actually like pretty decent music. Actually, I need to look that up again and try that out because I haven't, but I'm curious about it. Because yeah, finding music that's okay to use unless you know somebody or have an in somewhere, it can be really tricky. Let's see how will I do this. Making this feel like wizard notes. Don't just want to do a bunch of symbols. You have a particular system you use for prep. It's a lot of writing and thinking. That's partly why I want to capture some of that process and also play around with different, prepping, sort of prepping different types of things in a stream environment where people can be encouraged to like, hey, if you've got like things that you're looking for in your own campaign or your own sessions, like how do I do this or how do I sort this out? I want to try to figure out a way to do session prep that's like, okay, here's the stuff that I'm prepping, but also making it really easy to sort of branch off of that to help other people. And like, here's how I would approach that, or here's ways to sort of brainstorm that with a group. Because I think that sort of like group strategizing and planning from a DM perspective is really hard to come by. And even just seeing how other people prep and thinking about that, I think can be a really valuable process. There can also be a lot, what is it called? It's like a new concept that I've picked up recently, but like kind of shadowing work. I think there's something to be said for like doing something while somebody else is also there doing it. Kind of can be interesting, but Koval always said it was a lot of effort, but I used to love his session recaps. He'd reflect on the session and lessons learned. It's interesting that you say that because I agree, and I have an idea similar to that for a long form kind of content, but we'll see. Because I do think that there's a couple of really interesting things about that sort of like the recap piece that I wanna play around with too. Because there's so much for DMs that is so much of the thought process and like what goes on at so many tables is so difficult to get at. And it's difficult for dungeon masters to even communicate some of these things or to even explore some of these ideas. So yeah, that's like really high on my list to figure to approach is some ideas around that. So yeah, stay tuned. There'll be more on that as soon as I can get these envelopes made. God, wizard. So let's play with some colored microns, I think. I feel like a wizard's notes would be all over the place. Try to channel my inner madness for a little while. Some nice red. Okay. Let's think about this. So I think just thinking about how I want to approach this. Sucks that my controls stopped working all of a sudden. Speaking of frustrating music. I need some visuals here. I feel like my experience as a DM happens in a vacuum, having someone try stuff and talk about how yeah, absolutely. And I think what's difficult for people trying to do that is that there's so much. It's kind of like the trope of like, don't tell me about your D&D game or whatever. Like, it's so difficult as a player, as a DM, as a whomever, to sort of give enough context a lot of times to make those insights really land with very many people. I never really watched Colville's campaign recaps just because I didn't follow his campaign, and I feel like it's something that I'd have to really kind of track along. Otherwise, there'd be so much explanation. I just imagine for him there probably was always so much explanation because you never know. If everybody has enough context to follow. I bet that would be really a really taxing thing. That would take a lot of energy to do. Vibing with the metal. Yeah, that's fair. I get that. So a lot of it's impacted too by the repeating playlist nature of hearing it for me, and which ones stick out the most. Probably just means I need to curate a better playlist that doesn't get as annoying as quickly. Let's see here. Is that some sort of like... Do you have a new craft or technique you're wanting to try soon? I've been doing some more stuff with clay lately. I think that could be fun. Lately, like, you know, last half of this year. I could definitely see myself wanting to do more of that. I definitely more with puzzles. I think you're definitely gonna be experimenting more with stuff that can be sort of like used at the table in a puzzle capacity, for sure. Druid clay, what sort of things would you make? So the stuff that I've been making, the stuff that I've made recently, well, I'd made a couple different things, but actually, like, I sculpted a purple worm that I was pretty happy with, using a lot of clay, and the way that turned out definitely made me want to try it again. So anything that feels kind of like organic, I could see myself wanting to try out. I just haven't found the next opportunity yet. But yeah, jewelry, that's got to be a lot of really fine, detailed work that she does. That's cool. Here's a fun one. There's only one way to make one of these for a ranger, right? Only one way I can think of. It's not going to require, I don't think, any glue. But it also might take me a couple of tries. See, for this fighter, I like the idea of mashed together like armor plating. So let's see what I have left that looks like armor plating. Oh. Or leather armor.
Let him finish.
Yeah, I think that's a concept that can work. Let's see.
Let him finish.
Okay. So I think. Okay. I think we have a set. We have a set of envelopes to work with. Get this paper out of the way, shake loose, use that. Reuse the big pieces, trash all the small pieces. Let's do a quick review of what we ended up with. All right, let's see here. So we've got the, make sure that so we've got the Druid right here with the two sides, hopefully with the layering of the glue there, that flock won't fall off and all over the place. Fighter could also be a strange case or something like that, but definitely has personality there. Kind of rough lettering, but definitely a kind of a Paladin vibe. Steel armor plating for sure. My monk, kind of roughed up envelope there. Some sort of a cryptic eldritch horror-esque type of vibes going for on that one. Could also arguably be a rogue's, honestly. Wouldn't feel that out of place. Gold and purple royal colors for a cleric. Wizard's envelope, complete with strange scrawlings and a ribbon to hold his place, and then a ranger or any sort of cartography based player with a map. So I think these are definitely good enough to be examples of what you could do with this concept. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. That is not bad for a crafting session, and also a different thing for me to try because it's paper and trying to sort of explore different canvas ideas in a really small amount of space while sort of hinting at it. Not crazy about all of them. I would say honestly the ones that I like the most are the ones that were simple. I think the monks is really strong. You know, I get that feel. Certainly get the vibe off the wizard pages. Can't go wrong with a good little tiny map, even if it's quick and everything like that. Hey, thanks, Spy. Yeah. Well, vid will be the next thing for sure. But I think that'll do it for tonight. Thanks so much for hanging out. Nice to meet you guys, and hope to catch you on the next stream. Gonna definitely get these guys into a video just about as soon as I can. Thanks so much. Catch you guys next time.